Mashpaka, Watchman Yirmiyahu, Qadashayam of Yasharal, and I guess this will be part one of Goshen to Hillsboro, Oregon. Baruk Yahuah, I requested a load late last night and was palawing that I would preserve it for me all the way to the dawning when my dispatcher would come on duty, and she did assign it to me. It's really what my house and I needed to close out this month. Pays very well. This is Transport Pro Tech, and they just got done doing the oil change, and they did find a fault with the filter that was on my external tank, which was brand new installed. So that's another strike against the Dewey Depot. I'm really not pleased with them folks. Right next door is the trailer, so I'm on my way right next door, print out my paperwork, take all my pictures, check all the every safety check everything, and pick up that unit, and then I will be back with y'all. Hallelujah. All right, Shalom. I got the trailer. Baruk Yahuah is not a big, huge trailer. It's only 30-foot Coleman, but it's 91 degrees, and yeah, it was hot. It was a bit of work to get it all hitched up, but I got it hitched up. It's GPS is showing that it's 33 miles, which would be 3 complete days at 11 hours. I got only 7.5 today available to me, but I'm gonna look to get her out best I can right now, and get with my Yahusha baby. I love you so much, for a little bit of assistance with the navigation. She's kind of like my co-pilot from afar, my navigator. She helps me out. I'll find a place to bed down for the night, and what I'm going to do about fueling up and all the rest of that. I can't remember what it said this trailer weighs. 7,000 something. 7,750. Pretty light, honestly. But I want to try to get a few miles down the road here, and then I just double check all my connections. I did my pre-trip inspection, my safety inspection, check the lugs, all that. But I like to try to just go a little and then take a look. I really didn't like the breakaway cable being so long, but it is so long. I may have to look at an additional place to secure that to the frame at some later point. I don't know. I hear mixed reviews on DOT and connecting it to like the safety chain, but you can't connect it to the hitch. I have kind of unanimously heard that review, so we won't be doing that. Yeah, Hallelujah. So today is the pagan day, June 27th. So I was looking at a drop or delivery of July 1st, and I have requested the cash advance partial payment, so I can get that into the bank and get a transfer requested into our bank for the bills that are coming due the first of the month, which are close to $3,000, and it's, man, money's out of control. But you know, God is. Abba is Taub. Hallelujah. He got us a big fish. You know, this is 3,800 and change, 800 $311, I think. Plus, you know, they're going to take their 10% until I reach my $1,500 escrow insurance little fund to cover anything that might happen that would be deemed to be my fault. But yeah, it's, even though this is a 30-foot trailer and it's only 7750 pounds, it's $1.70 a pound, and because it is so much miles, it really is what we needed to close out this month. I may look to do some kind of a summary or a recap for the month. The fuel expenses obviously are high, but they're way lower than what the price at the pump is. So praise y'all for that. I'm gonna check and see what my baby's saying. 1 second. Okay, let me take a listen to her message, and I'll be right back with you guys. All right. Hallelujah. Well, you know what's funny is last time we were coming back from North Carolina, and we went through a bunch of storms, and now I'm trying to get out of Goshen. We're going to Oregon, and I see these storm clouds ahead. Over here is what it looked like earlier. Blue sky, hot, poofy white clouds. Man, it was really hecka hot out there, hitching up and checking everything, even taking the pictures. It's like so bright you can't even see the screen on your phone. And then now I'm looking out here, and it's just like looking like it's gonna be a storm. So 19 miles on this current road, and then we'll transition to west. I did call the control room, and they did put the cash advance on. It is only $1,000. It's confirmed. That happened to me once before, and I wasn't sure. I was like, oh, maybe it's only half if it's like, you know, less than $2,000. That is the way they do it. So if it's anything that's over $2,000, they're just going to give you $1,000 up front. So yeah, I'm not too sure. Kind of makes it a little awkward, because I wanted to try to do 2,000, but I don't think that's gonna leave me enough on the card for fuel. So yikes. Yeah, it's not gonna get any less hairy for us either on this, because the minimum payments on these credit cards are gonna start coming in, and it's just gonna be so dang much. It's really a shame. I was listening to these guys at the shop, and one guy was saying how if you're a non-U.S. citizen, you come here and start a business, you can get woo-wee! There goes that rain. You can get like a tax-free loan or some such thing. He's like, but for a natural-born citizen, they can't. It's like, man, that's kind of like what I'm talking about. Like, I want to start a business, and it would actually be well for the economy and everything else, right? Yeah. Even my credit was great. Whatever. This oh my gosh, these people are really like practically coming to a stop here. I mean, if you want to stop, then just like do it, but get out of the. Whoa! Ah! Dude. Alright, that guy did. He basically tapped out. It's so amazing how out this camera you can't see what's going on right there. I kind of wish you could. You can't see anything on the front windshield. Like you really can't. There's a car in front of me and I see his taillights, but after that. But you know, when I think about like what this job is and stuff like that, I don't miss being in a corporate structure and around people that I feel are fake and phony, and like I don't miss political correctness and everything. Like I don't miss any of that. You know? So Halal Yahuah. There's a bunch of Army transporters pulled over right there. Look and see what's straight ahead of us. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Because I can see like blue sky like right there. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Just the other day, Abba brought us through 2 huge storms. Look at this. Boom. That's it. I can see like a little bit of a gray or black cloud right there. We're almost out of that. Excuse me. Just a little bit remaining. Yeah, I think even after I drop this trailer off, I'm gonna look for a reload. Like, if I can get something that's kind of quicker. I guess even if it goes to California. I mean, gosh, I don't want to go to California. We can't always get what we want, right? I don't know if it's going to be consistently like this, but I'm definitely not digging what I saw that miles per gallon at 7.6. Why is that so low? So long on this trailer. That's odd to me. There's the sun here, like sunny. Wow, really? You would have never known we were just going through. Dang, I got 4 videos that I'm trying to upload things. It's like shop and it's using their better Wi-Fi and it got up. And they did find the old dirt kind of warm inside. That could have been causing the gas to have like a slight gap or deformity. And I think that it could have been pulling air and also possibly burping. Pretty fast. So we're going to give a shot like this. And if anything is on, here we go. stock. Appreciate that. Transport Pro Tech Center in Goshen, Indiana. And they only service Wave and Horizon drivers, transporters. So they got great rates, and I mean this is the second time I've gone there, and both times they've pulled me to the back to show me. Like, they'll bring you back and let you look at what they find or what they got going on or whatever's going on with your truck or your trailer. So, and I love that. That's really down home feel. That's really, it's just quality customer service. I appreciate it. Anyway, we do have some clear blue skies and those puffy white clouds. Hallelujah. Hadn't had nothing to eat today. May just grab a bit more of that chicken salad. Oh, I could grab me a couple pieces of jerky that I got left right here. These have been, absolute Baruk Atah. Thank you to my honey. And she wanted to make more. She said she found a dehumidifier. I think she said like 7 or 9 racks, and it was $40. And she wanted to get it. And it's like, dang it, Abba, I'm trying not to spend any more money, but this seems like a very wise thing to get. So I just told her, go ahead and get it. And may Abba Barak it. May Barak all of it. Yahuah. Next time when I head out, I'm gonna have me a bunch more of this. Hey, I just realized I hate to put really anything in plastic. Even this is plastic. But when I buy that distilled water at Walmart, it's in plastic jugs. Why not just keep those jugs and put my own well water in them and then tuck them under the seat? I think I might just do that. I bought this little plastic cup at Walmart for like under $2. And I wedged it between my mattress and the door to prevent that switch from getting pushed in. And it'll work great. Hallelujah. Yahuah. That's kept the mattress firm throughout the entire I think I actually slept 8 hours in a Walmart parking lot. Baruk Atah Yahuah. I stayed cool enough with my little fan that does a mist. Man, Rumamu Yahusha. Barak my travels, keep me safe, preserve this trailer from any breakdown issues and the truck. Pada Abba for this truck. .6 miles. West. hotailing going so slow? Maybe he's trying extra hard to not get pulled over or something. No, dude, what are you doing? You can't do that. I don't know, some people even understand how road etiquette and right-of-ways and stuff work. Damn. Unfortunately, that's all she wrote. That's all right. That's okay. If I can get, like I say, some kind of reload out of Oregon or anywhere in the Northwest near there, just to help pull in a few extra $100, that'll really be the difference maker. We got a feast coming up. I was gonna say the 11th, but I don't think it's that far. Now I'm wondering. But anyway, it's the new moon feast for summer. Try to see if I can get my baby on the phone. See if she wants to have a call. Hey, that's my bond. I will be right back with y'all. I mean, right back in the video, but it's going to probably be a bit on this end of the camera. Hallelujah. Yahuah. Thank you so much, Father. Baruk Atah. Alright, so this is 2 West. We got looks like we're driving right through the center of the cemetery. Very strange. And it's on both sides of the road. As if I'll really ever have anything to do with the cemetery again. I don't know about that. It's a very interesting question, theologically speaking. We know about the double cave. Yashar'Al did lay bones to rest. There's the quote of Yahusha that says, "Let the dead bury their own." And I'm not sure that the context of that statement is properly understood or not. Kind of seemed like it's maybe misunderstood oftentimes. I don't know. It's one of those ones that I still don't really have an answer for. The whole idea of being put into a casket and then being put in 6 feet. Especially now too, after what happened with the 6 feet of separation thing. It's very weird. I don't know. I got an eerie feeling about the whole thing. But so we're 11 miles on here, and then we're going back on to 20 again, which we were just on. So I don't really understand that. And that's okay. I don't need to necessarily. But it's 91 degrees, and it is just so pretty out, ain't it? I mean, it's hot. I don't really care for that kind of temperatures. If it was 81, that'd be all right. Maybe 71 would be even better. Looks like I'm getting a message back. Okay. My baby's hearting my message. Station wagon for sale. Cadillac. Dang, bro. You don't see one of those every day, huh? Yeah, it's like last night I was trying to get to Goshen, and it looked like on the navigator, yeah, I was going to be alright. Nah, I was going to be short. I wasn't going to make it. I had to stop off at Fort Wayne, spend the night in a Walmart. I've been trying to communicate with some of these Walmarts to find out if they allow overnight parking or not. And it seems like increasingly they don't. One. And that the folks sometimes that you get, they don't even know. Kind of amazing. It just seems like things are coming apart at the seams a lot in this country. Sure that most folks my age or older, even a lot of the younger ones, are in agreement all over the world about their own countries. You know, there's a lot of flashing lights up here. Trucks. Two right here and one on that side. There's one right back there. They really get to flashing. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, 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 bang. Kind of tough to beat those clouds though, huh? Those are gorgeous. to get a couple permits for this one. If I stay down to the south, I won't need a Washington, but I'll need the Wyoming. There would have been a way for me to avoid the Wyoming, but then I'd have needed the Washington. So, and I guess either way I'm going to need Idaho. Although there probably would have been a way to stay down below that too, but it would have been, I don't know, maybe out of the way. Looked like there were basically 3 suggested routes, but just went ahead and started embarking on the one that it recommended the most, and that will be Wyoming and Idaho permits. Last time my baby helped me out, we had to do like a little like a call for the Washington one, kind of like a 3-way call or a conference call, what have you. What's going on here, bro? What's this guy doing? It's a cute little stuffed cow you got there, mister. Why are you? That's so weird. He had a lot of time he could have gotten out in front of me, but guess he's just chillaxed because now he's getting past too. Look at all this construction. Look at all this. It is all that. Wonder what that is gonna be. It is massive. And over here too. Although that's so far a lot smaller of a project, it's still a huge project. Maybe they're somehow related to each other as well. Who knows? That what's going on there. We want to get one. This time I think we get on 80 or something and we just stay there for a long old while. Ruach Ha'Qadash, because as always I don't want nothing to do with Chicago. Here in a little bit, get in, listen, and see if there's anything going on in the whole Israeli, Iranian, NATO, all that. Just want to make sure I get to get on a road that I get to stay on for a while before I start trying to arrange that on there. Hold up check that my door magnets were on, because I don't know, like they get a little bit bent, and then I feel like that could cause the wind to get under there and rip them up. I don't like them at all. I want to get something that basically rolls up in the window, but also not too keen on it being like a permanent thing either. Permanent, what do I mean? If I'm not, like, I'll log and everything like that if I'm not, but if I'm bobtailing, I don't necessarily think I'm displaying my DOT number. I guess, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but I hear mixed reviews on such things. But I do understand why I would need to basically log all of my hours. Because if you think about it, like, you could drive 8 hours and then hitch up and then drive 11 hours. That's not safe. You know what I mean? So I can kind of understand. Excuse me. Alright, so we are looking for 20 west. And it's basically saying you just keep straight with what you got. Work ahead, so we're going to be dropping down. I think eventually I want to get a camera that's basically like a wireless camera that I can put on the back of the trailer, so I don't have to see. This is 11 miles. I love you, Bear. I'm gonna try to talk to you when I get a chance. I'm a little hard right now because I'm using the navigator and they got me changing roads a lot right now. So just please be patient, and I'll get a chance to talk to you as soon as I can. Hey, I love you. Mwah. So anyway, from Fort Wayne to the job, transport is only like 20 minutes, and so I didn't go through any extra the transfer files and do the recording and stuff like that. But in a way, I kind of because I saw demos. Like this one place I think called Middlebury, Indiana. Horse-drawn carriages and stuff. Necessarily a furniture selling swing sets, even some like playground type equipment made out of wood, like such high quality craftsmanship, right? There are things obviously where they have a grave error in their doctrine, but there's a lot of things too about the community that I respect. And so, but those seem to be getting a lot more used to the paperwork, and still a little confused sometimes on which forms they want when. But one of them is the agreement. I feel like it's part of the, I think they called it PTI, pre-trip. I don't know what PTI stands for again. Forgot. Pre-trip info or something like that. Pre-trip inspection, probably. So our agreement, is that part of in the beginning paperwork or the end? I don't even know. Stuff like that just seems like it'd be really simple to make clear. But being, I guess, a former manager and doing training and things like that, realizing like clarity is one of the aspects that will place a training program above the rest. Consistency and clarity. Not just throwing a bunch of slides at people and having different folks saying different stuff. Like, that's not the way. My trailer brake isn't really engaging very well. Take a look at that. I got the gain on 10 right now. See, I can put the brake on and still accelerate. It's just not, I mean, that's maxed. And I think it's because some of the guys were talking about this. The brand new brake pads have like a film on them, and you have to kind of break them in, so to say. You know what I'm saying? 45. Somebody's hanging out behind me right now. I kind of feel like they are. Don't know why they would want to. I was just braking. So apparently, and I don't know about this, but like in California, they don't want any pickup trucks on the scale. So even a commercial truck that's hauling a trailer, they wouldn't want. And somebody was even saying that they'll ticket you. I'm like, what kind of freaking communist crap is that, dude? If somebody errs on the side of caution and comes into the weigh station, you're gonna float them a ticket? When other states actually do require that they come to the scales? Man, I got zero respect for that. I don't know how true it is, but if it is true, it's just messed up. It's incredible how much harm and damage lawmakers can do. Like, they can really mess stuff up in a major way. And committees that appropriate funds and spend money. Boy, they can waste the crud out of some money too, can't they? Got time for that. It's very annoying. 94 West. Okay, now that's one that we're probably going to be on for a minute. Meaning, wow. In case you didn't know what I was saying there, I don't know why I felt like I need to clarify that. There's probably gonna be some insane clown show stuff going on in the Matrix, and I ain't even been unplugged from it for that long. And then I'm sitting here thinking about that. I'm like, remember that group, Insane Clown Posse? Like that. That's all the way. That's fully breaking the trailer. I ain't doing squat, bro. I feel it, so it is engaging. Can't like it. Can't like that at all. So we did get up to 9.6. I've hauled similarly shaped travel trailers and gotten that as like a consistent weight, which is very low in my opinion. Why this is not interesting. Sorry, my backup camera thing, sometimes, man, it just shuts off. And unplug it for like, 90 seconds or 120 seconds. Plug it back in, it works. If I just unplug it and wait like 15, 20 seconds to plug it back in, it don't work. And I just realized that this wire right here is a little loose. And I've been very disappointed in the craftsmanship, the workmanship that I got at the Dewey Depot. Right? That filter being damaged, that could be a manufacturer defect on the filter, or it could have had something to do with how they handle it, run their shop. Kind of seems like the guy that's usually calling the shots wasn't there that day. So it seems like, I'm just being honest. How this wire got tucked through here, it's always falling out. This has got about 2 inches here that just sticks out. They accidentally disconnected the connection for the rear camera while they were tucking it in, and then tried to tell me, oh, that has something to do with the adjustments in there. You got to go in and click, and yeah, bull crap. And I would find like parts of the plastic here where they pop it off and tuck it, that they didn't even snap it back together. The ball hitch that they gave me, it's a big old beefy thing, but it's not even the same receiver as the truck, so they had to put an adapter. That might be common, I don't know, but you would think if you specialize in hitches for towing that you might have different receiver sizes. I'm just saying, they make them. You don't have to use the adapters, but they dang sure did. And then they put this lock on my ball hitch that obstructs your ability to clip the safety chains on. I was like, why would you even want that? And then the toolbox that they installed in the back, it's partially obstructing the 7-way connector in the bed. It's just stuff where it's like, I guess, attention to detail. And I don't feel like I'm qualified to do any of those things myself, but I can at least recognize attention to detail. Alright, so we're jumping on 94 and we're going to be on it for a hot minute. So then I think I'll go ahead and pull up and see. We'll see what all they're saying. And look for a spot, like a rest area, to hop out and do a quick walk around. So 94 West is go underneath the overpass and then you go up the little clover leaf thing, little roundabout thing. So it looks like it's high traffic as well as construction. I actually do feel the brake like increasing a little bit as I utilize it. Baruk Atah. Yeah, these folks are just kind of crawling along up here. Can't like that. I mean, it is what it is, but I still can't like it. 41 miles. Bing bong boom. It's definitely making me want to get over in this lane because we're going to have folks jumping off and on and off and on and all the red. So there's probably a speed limit through here because it is a construction site or construction zone, excuse me. Thing is it 55, 45, 55 right there. Bing, 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 bing. Yeah, I don't know. For Walmart to sit there and not allow overnight parking for RVs and truckers or whatever, to me, is it's a major strike. Major. If I hear, when you hear like a Cabela's or a Bass Pro Shops or a Menards or something like that doing the same trash, it's disgusting. Sounds so cliche to say, but it's like un-American. You know what I mean? Excuse me. I forgot to flip down my Indiana tag. Baruk Atah for reminding me, though. It's kind of interesting how they have this. There's a rumble strip here, right? And they got the lines on here. But it's almost forcing you to ride the rumble strip like all the time. Either that, or you could have one tire over the yellow line, or you could be like I am, insanely close to this center line. Don't like any of it. But they'll be like, well, it's under construction, dude. Like, what do you expect? You're right, what do I expect? right? So it's 55. Hanging right out. Hanging right out at 55. 56. Could try to jump over one. Just because I think that this guy behind me might want to go. He might want to go over. I don't know. He looks like he does. If that's the case, I'm going to follow him. That's what everybody else is trying to do too, though. That's the problem. Whoa. This thing will pop up and it'll say, link the information to your phone. I didn't ask you for that. And you can't see. It obstructs the view. So it's like this pop-up that doesn't go away that you didn't ask for, and it's very annoying. I even have the Wi-Fi thing turned off. Every time I turn the voice off, it turns itself back on. It's also very freaking annoying. Very, very annoying. Hey, that's my baby. Let's see what she's saying. Okay. So I'm going to pause the camera because I'm going to call her. And I'll be right back with y'all. Baruk Yahuah. Hey, what's up, family? I'm back. I'm hurt and angry and a bit sulky right now, so halal that it doesn't come across too much. It's just Google Maps constantly trying to pull me to Chicago. I'm freaking over it. And even though I take 80 and I stay south of it, and I try to go all the way out to 39 before going north so I can get west of it, still end up getting snake bit by the traffic, the congestion, or whatever. I can't expect you to understand, but I get so overstimulated and I get so stressed out, and unfortunately it's happened before. I'll be on the phone with my shop trying to talk about directions and navigation, and I can't see what she sees, she can't see what I see, then she doesn't understand what I'm saying about 39. It's not out of the way, it's the way I need to go. She was saying something about a totally different thing, and I thought she was telling me to go up 90 to go closer to Chicago. All this crap just happened. It's a meltdown. I hate everything about it. I want a do-over. I wish it never happened. I can't stand it. I'm sorry, she's sorry, we're both sorry, but yet this keeps happening. All this construction, good. Even right now, I wanted to look and see how much longer I have until 39, and what's it say on my screen? Is there still construction in this area? You're blocking my ability to see. Like, I really am despising this app. I don't remember it being like this all the time. It's constantly trying to send me to Chicago. She sent me a link to a new route, and I clicked on it and it was trying to make me go up like 57 or something. That isn't even what she had. It isn't what I had. It's just trying to do it on its own. I guess it's freaking AI. I don't know, man. It's evil. I'm so over it. I'm basically on 80 west trying to get to 39 north so I can get away from all this. Anyway, I'm gonna look for a rest area, do a walk around in the trailer, use the restroom, try to reset my freaking mind because I'm hating it right now. I'm just hating it. And sometimes we're in this thing and you just feel like nobody cares. Nobody cares. You know? Whatever, bro. Sleeping in my truck, not getting to take showers, not having nothing to eat. Right? Feeling alone, feeling misunderstood, all of it. Just part of the struggle, part of the trial, I guess. Not knowing if I'm doing the right thing at all. Not knowing how I'm going to pay for the stuff that we have, which we try to cut out as much stuff as we can. Sometimes you're just sick and tired, man. Just sick and freaking tired, you know? And try and take my mind off of the madness for a moment. Obviously there's nothing around here to look at. Trust me, even 55 north off of 80, you don't want nothing to do with it, bro. Trust me, I'm telling you, I've played all this already and it's only getting worse. Even this road is getting worse. I've been getting slammed on this road. It's crazy. I'm going to turn this on. There's some breaking event at the White House right now. Yahusha just posted on Facebook our last date. We went to a firing range together before we even left Florida. 5 years ago, we have not been on a date. We don't ever get time alone. Really, I just want to freaking have some kind of release, just like so like shout, you know? You know, you would think that Google Maps would know that it's not 65 through here. This is not new construction. It's wild, bro. It's freaking wild. Anyway, whatever. Who even cares, right?
Trump is hosting the foreign ministers of Rwanda and the DRC at the White House. The two countries have signed a peace deal brokered by the U.S. and Qatar. Let's listen in now to Trump.
Comes from the area and knows exactly what's happening. Caroline, could I ask you to say a few words?
Yes, sir. Here we have Ariana, who is from the continent of Africa. She's been a reporter here in the United States for many years, and she has a story to share with the press, with the media, and with these two fantastic leaders who have joined you today. So, Ariana, please.
Why don't you come up here and talk so they can see you?
Sure.
That'd be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
It's a
Mr.
great honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, as Caroline has mentioned, President, first of all, I want to let you know that I'm the only African reporter accredited here at the White House
Wow.
covered for the entire continent. So, I just arrived from Congo, Democratic Republic of the Congo,
Right.
yesterday. I went to see firsthand how the people is feeling and the president's message, President Felix Tshisekedi, about this upcoming peace deal. And let me tell you firsthand what I've witnessed myself. I spoke with the people on the street. I spoke with youth. They know your name. They know that our president named President Trump is working hard to finally bring peace to the country. I saw hope. They have hope now for a better day in Congo. They see what you're doing as a future, better future for Congo. And I had opportunity to sit down with President Felix Tshisekedi for an interview because I want to understand his mind, what he's thinking, his feeling about everything that your administration is doing. And he told me firsthand that for many years, many American presidents overlooked this conflict. They didn't do nothing. Even myself, I covered President Biden's administration. I pressed many times about this conflict. People are dying in Congo. This country has so much potential, but they need help because this war is destroying the country.
Sure.
They never gave me any answer. And he told me, President Tshisekedi, that he's you have no idea, he's very thankful for what you're doing, for what your administration is doing. Not only him, the entire Congolese people, they see that finally they will have hope. And President Tshisekedi also mentioned at the end of my interview that when peace finally comes to the Democratic Republic of the Congo, he's thinking to nominate you as a Nobel Prize Peace because he said you deserve, you have been working to bring peace in the world, not only at the Congo, and he's very hopeful to meet you in the future.
That's so nice. Boy, that's so beautifully stated. And Caroline said, number one, she did say, and I shouldn't say this because it's politically incorrect, she said, she's beautiful and you are beautiful. I'm not allowed to say that, that could be the end of my political career, but I said it anyway. But you are beautiful and you're beautiful inside. So I wish I had more reporters like you. So you covered Africa for a long time?
Yes, for over 10 years.
Wow.
I covered even your first administration.
Yes, I know that. That's great. Well, thank you. That's so nice that you said that. Appreciate it.
And I have one more question,
Yes.
Mr. President. Since we know in July or in the future, both President of Rwanda and the Congo will be coming
Yes.
to the United States. In Africa, President John Lorenzo, the president of Angola, he is also the leader of African Union.
Good.
He
Yes, I know.
worked very hard to bring peace, but unfortunately,
Let's get him here.
Yes, that's
Okay? Would you invite him for me?
Of course.
Okay? No, we'll have. I know that he works very hard, and he's the head of essentially the union. So the union all over Africa, not the kind of union that we have. This is the union all over Africa, and I'd love to have him. So you'll let him know.
Of course,
Okay?
Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good. Now you go back to where you belong, right? That's great. That's a great job. It's real knowledge and real heart, too. Congratulations. Okay. So we're here today to celebrate a glorious triumph, and that's what it is.
Over 60% of long-haul truck.
I still think the clouds are gorgeous. Rest area 1 mile, that's what we want. to pause this Trump thing. I'm going to pull into this rest area for a moment, and then we'll be right back. Alright. Everything looks great with the trailer. I feel a little bit better, at least physically. Out. Worn out.
It's a shame, but we're going to bring it to an end. I want to express my gratitude and congratulations to the representatives of the Democratic Republic of the Congo and the Republic of Rwanda, who signed this pivotal agreement a short time ago. They just signed right in front. And let me also thank Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who has worked very hard on this subject, and we've worked on it together, for his outstanding leadership, as well as Senior Advisor for African and Africa Affairs, Mossad Boulos, who's, as you know, spends a lot of his time in Africa, and he's very comfortable there. I said, were you at all uncomfortable with all of the turmoil and all of the killing? And he said, no, I wasn't uncomfortable. And that's what you need. You need somebody that's going to be able to get. So, Mossad, I want to thank you very much for the job you've done. Amazing guy, actually. I also want to thank African Union, Qatar, Togo, for working closely with the United States. And I know Qatar was really working hard. And African Union, we just spoke about that, and I look forward to having them representatives here when we do the official meeting, and that'll be sometime in July, and we look forward to it. And you better be here covering it, okay? We're not going to stand anybody else covering it but you. But this is a tremendous breakthrough. In a few short months, we've now achieved peace between India and Pakistan, Israel and Iran, and the DRC and Rwanda, and a couple of others also. Serbia, was they were getting ready to go to war with a group I won't even mention because it didn't happen. We were able to stop it, but I have a friend in Serbia, and they said we're going to go to war again. And I won't mention that it's Kosovo, but it's Kosovo. But they were going to have a big time war, and we stopped it. We stopped it because of trade. They want to trade with the United States. I said, we don't trade with people that go to war. And we said that also with, if you take a look at Pakistan and India, it was great. They have two great leaders, two great.
We don't trade with people who go to war. Oh my gosh, no, we just give like hundreds of billions of dollars to them instead.
Leaders, and they were able to stop. They were in the midst of a big fight. I guess everybody saw it was going to get very bad, and they are nuclear nations, very powerful nuclear nations. In the months and years ahead, my administration will continue to work closely with all of the parties in this deal and ensure the agreements are fully taken care of, and you're going to do what's in the agreement. We'll say you better do what's in that agreement, right? Because if somebody fails to do that, bad things happen. But I have a feeling that after 30 years, I think after 30 years, you're all set. I think both of you have said that's enough, right? That's enough. That's enough. You've seen it all. So this is a wonderful day. It's a great day. We've had some tremendous success. It's been a great week between just coming back from a very successful trip. NATO's really pulled together. They have. They're going to spend over $1 trillion a year. Nobody expected a thing like that to happen. And we had the war as you know, there was we call it the 12-day war. It was exactly a 12-day war, and we ended up with no nuclear weapons. That's what we wanted. They were just absolutely blown to pieces, those 3 sites. And there's no nuclear weapons, and hopefully there can be a lot of healing, and the healing is starting. And it's been a really pretty amazing week, and this is one that I really look forward to. This was set up a few weeks ago, and it was something that I really look forward to. If we can do this, and we do that because we have a certain competence that's good, we're able to get people to be peaceful. I think we can do war better than anybody, but we don't want to. And we have the greatest military in the world. They showed that in Iran. Those pilots, they flew for 36 hours. And think of that, and they hit their target the size of this desk, half the size of this desk, from about 52,000 feet in the dark of night with no moon, 0 moon. They wanted it that way. Can you believe it? And they hit, every missile hit exactly half the size of this beautiful Resolute desk. We don't want to talk about it when it comes to rockets hitting it, but half the size of this. And they hit dead center from tremendous heights, going at tremendous speeds. It's amazing. Nobody could do a thing like that. Nobody has that weaponry, and nobody could do a thing like that. So we had a very busy and successful week. And in addition to that, our economy is doing great, setting records with the economy, and a lot of other good things happening. But this is about
I was going to say, what does any of this have to do with Congo and Rwanda? Wow. But I guess now he's going to get to that. Why does he keep on saying no moon? What? That's so weird.
Congo and Rwanda. And I'd like to ask, if I might, would you say a few words before we introduce our guests?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. Yes. So, under your leadership, Mr. President, and the full support of Secretary Rubio and the entire team at the State Department, we engaged with the 2 parties in early April, and within 3 weeks, they signed the Declaration of Principles. And now, within about 2 months from that, we have signed today the final. This is actually the final peace agreement. You know, many people were wondering if this is preliminary. No, this is the actual final peace agreement that they've signed today. You've also expressed interest in inviting the heads of states to the White House for a signing ceremony. So there will be some other additional agreements that will be signed. In addition to this, which will become known as the Washington Accord, with regards to the Great Lakes region.
That's great.
There are some economic...
Why not the Trump Accord?
If you wish.
I'm only kidding. I think that's great. Washington.
And there's an economic aspect as well that is extremely important for both countries. They have also worked, last week we finalized the regional economic integration framework, which both countries will be signing at the White House here during that ceremony. And
that's going to be a great ceremony.
Absolutely.
Right? We're going to make that a great ceremony and bring other people that were involved, some other people, besides the gentleman we talked about who we know has worked so hard. If you think there are other people that are deserving, let us know. Okay?
And there will be some bilateral agreements with negotiating a minerals deal with the DRC for critical minerals. Many American companies have shown interest in investing in the DRC, and these we're talking about long-term investments. Same thing with Rwanda. Many American companies have shown interest, and not only in mining, but also in the midstream and downstream, which will be the processing of minerals. We're also working and supporting the Lobito corridor, which will help building the infrastructure. Just 2 days ago, the United States signed and supported a project of $1.5 billion for electric transmission from Angola to the DRC. And there are many other projects of that nature lined up. So we will be, under your leadership, Mr. President, we'll be working with the 2 countries very closely and with the support of Qatar to make sure that this agreement is implemented.
And a lot of our companies are in both of these countries now, especially since we've been getting along so well. It's probably the way we were brought together. And we have A lot of our big companies are there, between rare earth and all of the other things that they do in Africa, which is very greatly expanding, especially in these two countries. You have earth, they consider it to be about the best in the world, actually, I've heard. So we're doing a lot of different things, and it's all going to bring everybody together. That's how this all began, I guess. But the big thing is, the big thing for me is there's really only one thing, and that's getting a peace treaty with two countries that have been fighting for 30 years. And but I want to thank you all. Will, if you could, you could bring the letters over.
Of course, sir. So in front of you, as you said, sir, these are the actual agreements that were signed respectively by the foreign ministers of the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda earlier today, witnessed by Secretary Rubio. We've also prepared for you two letters. This is to President Paul Kagame of Rwanda, expressing your appreciation and congratulations for everything that's happened already, and of course inviting him to Washington for, as Dr. Bula said, what we hope will be the Washington Accords, finally setting the terms for peace and prosperity in this region, hopefully for a very long time.
That's great. That's beautiful. Very important. We're going to put a picture in there, right? As soon as this is over, they're going to put, we have a fast-moving photographer, Dan. We're going to put a nice picture of us here. Okay.
And this is a letter to President Chikisade of the Democratic Republic of Congo, again congratulating him on settling this long-running war and inviting him to Washington, D.C. for the final conclusion of the agreement, hopefully soon.
That's great. Take that pen.
Thank you, my lord.
So I'd like to ask JD to say a few words, great Vice President, and then Marco, and go ahead.
Great. Well, first, let me welcome the foreign ministers of Rwanda and Congo. It's great to have you in the Oval Office. And second, let me say congratulations to the President, Secretary Rubio, and the entire team. I think for the people of these two countries, they should know that the United States is committed to the pathway of peace. But to my fellow Americans, this is really a celebratory moment. This is a big moment for our country because under the President's leadership, we've taken what was 30 years of killing and war, the worst war in terms of death count since World War II, and now we're on a pathway to peace. And so if I think about what I know about these two countries, for 30 years, pretty much.
This is both a dash cam and an intelligent.
Sorry about that. So rude with the commercials, with the popping up. It's actually not even accurate. Stupid Google Maps. Really annoying. We endure.
Our friends from respective countries can share with us. And last point, I do want to thank, and you've done this already, but the African Union, Togo, and Qatar, who have been extraordinary partners and whose help we're going to need to continue to receive in order to bring all this to fruition. So congratulations to both of you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Great job. You want to start? Either way, would you like to start?
Ladies first, maybe.
Thank you so much. Again,
Thank you so much, Mr. President, for having us here. I think I can summarize my contribution in 3 main points. First of all, thank you and congratulations indeed for this remarkable milestone, which is putting an end to 30 years of conflict and of suffering, and which is redefining the perspectives that millions of Congolese and of citizens of the greater Great Lakes region will have. The second point is stay committed, stay on board. We need the United States to make sure that this agreement holds and that you hold us accountable. And the third point is, if you stay on board, I think there are so many perspectives that we can transform our partnerships through and that can usher in an era of prosperity, of growth, and of shared bilateral relationships that go well beyond the challenges that we've shared together, and that can at least, or finally, focus on the potential and of the wealth that we can share. So again, our heartfelt gratitude to you on my behalf, but more importantly, on behalf of the people of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Thank you so much.
Beautifully spoken, and I look forward to seeing your leader. They will, highly respected person, as you know, highly respected all over the world, but in Africa in particular. So sometime in July, we'll do something, big ceremony. Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. This is indeed historic because it's the signing of a peace agreement between Congo and Rwanda to end a conflict that has been going on for 30 years. And there has been many mediation, facilitation in the past, but none of them succeeded. And we believe that it's because of your leadership and your steadfast commitment to this process, with also a new approach of economic integration, regional economic integration, which is important to allow Rwanda and DRC working together, because this is a very rich region with cross-border trade, with the minerals, with natural wealth. So with the US standing side by side with Rwanda and DRC, we believe that we'll achieve a long-time peace. And we also believe that, as my colleague from DRC stated, it's important for the United States to stay committed, because today we signed, but now we need to implement what we have signed in order to open this new era you were talking about of prosperity, so that we can reap the economic dividend of peace. So for this economic integration framework to be implemented, it's important for the US to accompany the parties to implement what we have signed, because in the past you have signed so many agreements that were not implemented. And we are really, we believe that with your leadership, with the involvement of the United States administration, we will reach that goal. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
Well, this will happen, definitely. I can reach over. Do you want to just press them over to me? Let me have them. And I just wanted to give you each. You signed agreements. And we'll make sure that you follow through. We'll make sure you follow through.
Yeah.
We'll make sure you follow through. Okay, that's for you. And we have one other thing that we're going to give. We give to special people only. It's a coin.
Thank you.
And we hope you do that. I'm going to give you a second one for your leader.
Thank you very much.
These are serious coins. You don't want to lose them. You'll be very. I think that your reporter from Africa should get one. What do you think? Is she allowed? I think yes. Are the reporters okay with it? Brian, yes? Darling, that's for you. Okay? You did a fantastic job.
Thank you.
And I heard you do a great job covering everything. Thank you.
And Mr. President, we actually have the pictures that you took earlier.
Oh, let me
Foreign
see
ministers here already.
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Let me see that.
They're in this folder right here. Sir.
Okay, this one?
Yes, sir.
Oh, they look better than me. I don't like it. I don't like it. It's beautiful. It's great. We have a good photographer. Beautiful. That's great. You better, I'll tell you better do the job here. We're going to come down harder. It's beautiful. Thank you very much. So we'll put them in. It's for you. It's for you. This is wonderful. Where is it? Yes. Let's see, we have two of them, I think so. You wouldn't give us one, you would have made a big mistake. Then that's for you. That's for you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. And you're all set, and this is for you. You're going to get this. Good. Might as well hold it. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
Yes, sir. On the subject, Why not Canada, by the way?
Why? I mean, because this is about a different subject right now. This is right now actually a much more important subject. We just ended a war that was going on for 30 years where 6 million people died. So don't ask me a trade question on Canada.
Mr. President, Kara Castanova from Lindell TV. Now that your administration, and congratulations, has secured peace in Africa to a bloody, horrific war that's gone on for decades and no other president could do it, do you think the mainstream media will finally...
But you're right, no other president could do it. They tried and they didn't even try, I don't think. I actually don't think they tried. Do you think Biden tried? He didn't know he was alive.
Do you think the mainstream media will finally give you credit where credit is due?
No, the media will never give me credit. But the people give me credit. That's why I'm here. The people didn't give me. That's why we're here in a landslide. We got all 7 states. We won the popular vote. So the media won't give me credit, but the people give me credit. That's more important to me.
You're going to go down as a peacemaker. You're also going to go down with the president has 0 border crossings in May. He's secured the border more close than anybody's ever had. But I don't know if you know this. You're on track right now to have the lowest murder rate in history in this country. And I think a lot largely go to the fact we closed down the border. If you want to comment on that, you might go down as the lowest murder rate in U.S. history.
Yeah, I saw that the other day, and that's an honor. I mean, and that's really even better because, we've taken a lot of illegals into the country through the Biden administration that are murderers, 11,888 to be exact. And many of them are now gone. We got rid of them. They're back where they belong. But so it's a great honor. If you took that out, the numbers would be even better. They create a lot of progress.
You spoke earlier about giving money to the air traffic controllers, the big, beautiful bill, which hopefully, praise God, we get this thing signed. What does that mean to that industry that has been suffering the last couple of years, right, decade, being underfunded? How that changes the safety of air traffic?
Well, they've underfunded the airports for years, and I started the process of getting it completed in terms of the equipment necessary to land the planes, where the planes, like the helicopter accident with the plane, would have never happened if they had the right modern equipment. It would have been bells and whistles would have been going on all over the place. And I had it all set, but when I wasn't here, they totally dropped it. You had a terrible head of transportation. We have a very good one there, Sean Duffy. But you had Buttigieg, and he didn't know a damn thing. He'd ride to work on his bicycle. He didn't know what the hell was going on. He was terrible. So he totally dropped that. It was a project that should have happened, and I was all set. But we had a very sad experience with the voting. And so we didn't get to do that. But now I'm doing it, and we're going to have a great system. And it's funded partially by the initial funding is by Bill, and then it gets to be funded. The rest of it comes a little bit later as we build it out. But we're going to build out the best in the world. We have the best companies in the world. A couple of countries have very good systems. In fact, I noticed when I was landing, my pilot often would use the system of another country. And I said, what are you doing that for? He said, the United States system is so bad. So we have the best companies that do that in the world bidding. You have Raytheon, you have IBM, you have a lot of different companies bidding, and we'll get the best one, the best system for the best price. And they're going to go to town and give us a system that will be better than any other system in the world. And you won't have planes bunking into each other at 35,000 feet.
Mr. President, on the subject of peace deals, how close are you and your administration to a deal in terms of Gaza and ceasefire?
Often asked, and I think it's close. I just spoke with some of the people involved, and it's a terrible situation that's going Gaza. He's asking about, and we think within the next week we're going to get a ceasefire. And we're supplying, as you know, a lot of money and a lot of food to that area because we have to. I mean, you have to. We're in theory not involved in it, but we're involved because people are dying. And I look at those crowds of people that have no food, no anything, and you know, we're the ones that are.
The people that go to get the food and the aid are actually being unalived. Like sitting ducks. Desperate.
Getting it there. Some of it's being taken by some bad people, you know, if you give it and you give it out, and they're supposed to be taking care of the people, and they end up stealing the food and selling it. But we have a pretty good system now, but so we're helping with that. You see the lines of people that just get one meal, essentially. But it's too bad. Other countries aren't helping out. Nobody's helping out. We're doing that because I think we have to on a humanitarian basis. Like this. We didn't have to get involved in Africa, but we did because we thought it was, I mean, I've been reading, like JD said, he's, you know, for much of his life, he's been just seeing this, about this brutal war. And it actually got a lot of publicity because of the level of brutality. Right? It was, nobody's ever seen anything like it. And to be involved in that, I mean, I consider this the most important of my conferences today. We just had a great Supreme Court victory today, and everybody would say that was big, but you know, we're talking about saving thousands and probably millions of lives here. This is more important than anything. So it's great, but we're working on Gaza, trying to take care of. And again, you know, a lot of food has been sent there. And other countries throughout the world should be helping also.
And on another conflict that I know you've been working on, is it true that you have reached out with a letter to North Korea's Kim Jong-un?
Well, if there is a conflict, I get along with him very, very well, and we'll get the conflict solved with North Korea. I've had a good relationship with Kim Jong-un, and I've gotten along with him really great, so we'll see what happens. But somebody's saying there's a potential conflict. I think we'll work it out if there is. It wouldn't involve us, but again, we're very far away from a lot of these places that we're solving problems with. But I enjoy doing it, I like doing it, and it's the right thing to do, and we have an ability to get it done. So we're solving things that we didn't have a lot to do with Serbia, Kosovo. I told you, we solved a potential disaster. I can tell you that some of the countries that you're not going to hear about, but some countries that were ready to go to war with their neighbor are not going to go to war with their neighbor, and it's a great thing. We have a number of them. But I'm very happy about India and Pakistan because they actually have nuclear weapons. You know, when you talk about Iran, they were trying to get it, but India has nuclear weapons, Pakistan has nuclear weapons, high-level nuclear weapons both, and getting that solved was really great. We did it through trade, so it was a great thing.
Some enriched uranium at Pickaxe Mountain.
The last thing they're thinking about right now is enriched uranium. They're not thinking about what they want to do is they want to get back to life, and they do want to meet me, and we'll do that quickly. We're going to do it quickly. We'll have a meeting.
That they don't want to meet with the U.S.
Well, they say that to you. Don't you think they want to meet me? Don't you think we have sanctions on there that they can't do anything? Wouldn't you think that they want to meet me? I mean, they're not stupid people, but they went through a lot, and they suffered, and so did Israel. Israel suffered greatly. It was a nasty 12 days, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
Are you considering sending Patriot missiles to Ukraine? Have you made up your mind about that yet?
Go ahead.
Mr. President, there are a few unanswered questions that remain in this deal. For example, will Rwandan on this deal? For example, will Rwandan troops pull back from parts of the DR Congo? Also, will the M23 rebel group be allowed to remain in parts of eastern DR Congo? Do you have any answers to those?
Well, let me ask you that question. You want to answer that one? It sounds like an interesting question for you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. In the agreement we signed, we have taken the concept of operation for the neutralization of the FDLR, which is a vicious genocidal movement, and the lifting of Rwandan defensive measures. So this was already signed last year in November, so we will implement it. This concept of operation to do both things, to neutralize this movement, which has been destabilizing Rwanda for many years, and to lift our defensive measures. As for the M23, in agreement also, we have decided to rely on the Doha talks, because there are currently talks between the AFC M23 and the DRC government to have a peace deal also that will complement the Washington peace agreement. So both things are taken care of.
Mr. President, will the United States be enforcing this agreement?
Well, we're going to be working with them to get it enforced. They can enforce their own agreement, but we'll be putting a lot of pressure on to make sure it gets enforced. The two people in this room are very, very capable people, and they'll get it done. I think they'll get it done. They love their. One thing I learned very quickly is how much you love your country and you want to get it done. They know it has to get done, otherwise bad things happen. But I think we're well beyond that. Other presidents should have done what I'm doing right now. They never did it. I don't think they ever tried. I don't think it's like they couldn't do it. I don't think they ever tried. And if they did, they wouldn't be able to do it anyway.
Yes, thank you. Mr. President, can you share with us what can happen if one of the parts violate this peace agreement? Because we don't want war to come back to.
Well, I'd rather not say. I would just say that there are big penalties if they violate, and they're not going to. I don't think they will violate. I think they. But we have very severe penalties, financial and otherwise. Okay.
Mr. President, to go back to your own social post on Canada specifically, why are you deciding to begin trade talks with Canada, and what rate are you looking to set?
So Canada put a charge on some of our companies, and Canada's been a very difficult country to deal with over the years. We hear Canada, we have a great relationship with the people of Canada, but it's been very difficult, and they put a charge, and they were a little bit early, we found out about it. So, and we have all the cards, we have every single one. We don't want to do anything bad, but they have, economically, we have such power over Canada. I'd rather not use it, but they did something with our tech companies today, trying to copy Europe. They copied Europe. It's not going to work out well for Europe either, and it's not going to work out well for Canada. They were foolish to do it. And so I said, we're going to stop all negotiations with Canada right now until they straighten out their act. Okay?
Is there anything Canada can change their mind?
No, they put a tax on companies that were American companies that they shouldn't have, very severe tax. And I guess they could remove it. They will, but I don't really, it doesn't matter to me. We have all the cards. We have all the cards. We do a lot of business with Canada, but relatively little. They do most of their businesses with us. And when you have that circumstance, you treat people better. They've had farmers that are getting like 300, 400, 200% in tariffs. Nobody's ever said anything like it. We have cases, you don't read this and the people don't report, but they charge us 400% on some dairy products. 400%. Nobody writes that. It's not fair to our farmers, and we've got to protect ours.
Sir, you just...
Yeah, Brian, go ahead.
You mentioned how much of a rate cut would you do to the insurance on the debt. Earlier today, Director Colty was on CNBC talking about how he suggested Powell should resign. Any comments on whether or not Powell should step down? I know you've been...
Well, I don't have a comment. I'd love him to resign if he wanted to. He's done a lousy job. Look, if you were there, you'd say, well, the United States is doing well. They have no inflation. And if they do get inflation in a year or two, we'll start raising the rates. We'll get rid of the inflation, and do other things. Biden had the worst inflation in the history of our country. 19%, but I think it was much higher than that. Frankly, they say 19%. I think it's a lot higher than that. And we have almost no inflation now. We've done a great job in a short period of time. Energy prices are way down. Gasoline now is dollars in a lot of places. A couple of places I see it even broke. It's like $1.98 a gallon. We've done a great job on inflation and honestly, pretty much everything else. I think that it's very sad the way people act. You have a guy in there that with the stroke of a pen could lower interest rates and save us hundreds of billions of dollars a year.
I'm not sure why it's cutting out and doing that. I don't think it's. I think it's the actual feed, but I don't know. But if you are hearing it, it's legit. It isn't like it isn't this video, and I don't have any wind blowing on the microphone. Oh boy. Alright. Yeah, I'm not sure about that, dude. Why? So I just got on 39 north, and then it's telling me 59 miles to 20 west, and I don't know why I would get on 20 west, because my understanding is that I would be getting on 90/94 west, not 20 east. It doesn't even make any sense. It's the kind of thing that's like very difficult to check, you know? I might want to call my Yashar'Al and ask her about it, but I can't right now. I don't know that I will, because it's just not, it's not worth it, man. It's not worth it. Ain't that, look at that, that's almost like a picture right there. Ain't that something? So pretty. I don't know why this Mustang is going so slow. That's weird. I went to go around the Mustang, and this Nissan or whatever starts flashing his high beams like there was a bunch of room. I don't know if that's supposed to be, yeah, come on over, or how dare you get in front of me. I'm not sure. You have a vehicle over and you want to get out of the way, but you can't. I don't know, this person just had to speed up and shut the door on me. Freaking idiot. Look at that. For what, dude? You couldn't even go anywhere. Can't even understand how selfish some people are. Like, I just don't get it. So 55 miles. Guess that's part of what it is to go onto the 90. That's weird. Alright.
He's a stupid person. You know, it's very interesting. I'm not sure if he doesn't understand it, because you should be able to understand it. It's sort of 101 economics, but I'm not sure that, but think of it. with the stroke of a pen, he talks about costs. We can save $600 billion, maybe even, these are nice numbers for you, right? $900 billion, $950 billion by lowering interest rates. And it's really just more of a paper movement. It's not like you're not cutting anything, you're not cutting jobs, it's just interest rates. And we're number 40 or 44, number 45. Some places that you wouldn't believe that, you know, I don't want to be disparaging, but they pay a lower interest rate than the United States of America. And without us, everything blows up. You know, we sort of control the world in that sense. But we have a guy that's just a stubborn mule and a stupid person that is making a big mistake. He's making a mistake. And it lasts for years because when you do the debt, now, I've instructed my people not to do any debt beyond 9 months or so. Get this out. And whoever is there will lower rates. If I don't, if I think somebody's going to keep the rates where they are or whatever, I'm not going to put them in. I'm going to put somebody that wants to cut rates. There are a lot of them out there. And I said this morning, a lot of the business shows today were saying, you know, Trump's right. He should be cutting rates. Think of it. We have a great country. We're making a lot of money. We're taking in billions of dollars in tariffs. We have $15 trillion of money that wants to be invested here, which is a record. In 2 months, it breaks any record that we've ever had for a whole year, and not even close. 15 trillion, and it's going to be much higher than that. That's after eventually 2 months, because, you know, we've been doing it for about 2 months, 2.5 months. $15 trillion breaks every record in the book. There's never been anything like this. We have factories moving in, we have car plants moving in, we have everyone wants to be part of the United States. And as I told you, and I said to everybody when I was in the Middle East, the King of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, all great leaders. They have all great leaders. All three of them said, you got the hottest country in the world, and you did it in, at that time I was there for 4 months. Got back a little while ago. But everybody says it, not only them. We have the hottest country in the world right now. The only thing is we have a Fed chairman that is, he doesn't get it. And you could...
With Framer, the things you design.
very nasty to us. And I actually think it was Biden's people that told them to be, because the one group of people the banks are afraid of are the regulators. They are petrified of the regulators. And I've seen the biggest banker. I can tell you, you see him on television all the time. If a regulator walked into the room, he gets all nervous and crazy. They're afraid of the regulators. And if the Biden people order the banks to be virtually closed, they can do anything they want. The regulators control the banks. It's not the president of the bank. The president of the bank is far less important to a bank than a regulator. And a regulator can put that bank out of business, just like bad prosecutors are very dangerous. We had a couple. I had deranged Jack Smith and some others. And we kicked their ass, but it was, it's a tough kind of a situation. Prosecutors are very dangerous. A great prosecutor is an amazing asset for a country, but a corrupt prosecutor, a bad prosecutor is very bad. Well, the regulators do the same thing, and when they tell the regulator to go and make life impossible for big banks or little banks, they really control it. So there is a lot of debanking, and they call it debanking, call it a lot of different names. Essentially, they make it impossible to do business, and those people are very bad and very dangerous, and they shouldn't be doing it.
Taxes, Mr. President, could you please explain how taxes would go up by 68% if the bill isn't passed? Where does that number come from?
Well, it comes from the fact that you have automatically the Trump cuts, which were the biggest cuts that we've ever had. Now, these cuts are even bigger, but from the last administration, we had the Trump cuts. It was a 5-year deal, and it comes due. When you add that to the cuts that you already have and other things, it amounts, according to what they tell me, about 68%. That would mean you'd have a tax, so that you know that the tax cuts that they got, the biggest tax cuts in our history, would immediately go up to that level, and that alone is a big chunk of the 68%. And then you have the other taxes that would accumulate, and they say that you'd have about a 68% tax increase.
Sir, you said a moment ago that you won't work out very well for Europe on trade. Does that mean you want to cut off those negotiations as well and just tell them that?
No, well, they've been very tough. The European Union was formed in order to take advantage of the United States of Europe, which is why they were formed. And they're nasty. They're very nasty. We have a good relationship. I'm dealing with Ursula right now and the group, but it's a very tough situation. They have been unbelievably bad to us. If you look at past precedents, they've treated them very badly. They're being very nice to me because I get it. I know the system, and we have the cards. We have the cards far more than they do, and they have not treated us well. And they're coming to us right now. You know, I said I was going to put on a 50% tariff. As soon as I said that, I put it out on Truth. As soon as I said that, they came to the table. They didn't want to come to the table. My people were telling me, Scott was telling me, and the whole group was telling me that not a good situation. They want to tap it down the line. They don't want to really deal. So I said, we're going to put a 50% tariff on you. And Howard, as you know, was very much involved, Lutnick, Commerce, and he said they don't want to talk. As soon as I put that on, I was getting calls from them like, can we meet tomorrow? And the problem is they have a lot of very unfair taxes. They have a lot of taxes that you wouldn't put on, and they sue all our companies. They're constantly suing Apple and Google and all of these companies, and they're getting, you know, in front of judges that essentially almost work for them. I guess they do work for them, the European Union judges, and they're getting these crazy rewards. Apple was fined $17 billion, and others are being fined tremendous numbers of dollars. They're nasty people, and I don't want them affecting U.S. companies. I don't want that. If anybody's going to affect the U.S. company, I want it to be us. And if they're going to have to pay a penalty or a fine.
I'm still confused about this because Trump seems to be buddy-buddy with NATO, who wants to increase defense spending, but they're all European nations, right? And then he says these kinds of things about the European Union. I mean, aren't a lot of these same nations in both groups? How? I don't get it. I don't understand.
Let it be to us. So they've done this for a long time, for years, but they're very nasty. The European Union is very nasty, there's no question, but they'll learn not to be so nasty very soon. They know that. They know it's coming.
Vladimir Putin reached out to you to help you with the Iran crisis.
We made some nice statements today. Did you see the statements? Very nice. Vladimir Putin made some very nice statements today. Look, he respects our country again. He didn't respect it a year ago, I can tell you right now. But Putin respects our country. And President Xi of China respects our country. Kim Jong-un they respect our country again. We were not a country that was respected just a year ago. We had a president that was incompetent. We had bad people circulating around this desk, this beautiful, resolute desk. They had, I guess, evil intentions. You couldn't be that stupid. I mean, they had evil intentions. But the world respects.
He takes just about every opportunity to say that word resolute. I need to look into it, what the etymology of that word is, because He also said 11,888 earlier, and I don't know why that stood out so much. I think that's a comp. And I don't know exactly what it means. I feel crappy. Like it's a challenge sometimes to remain positive and optimistic when it feels like the deck is stacked against you and you're doing everything you can to just endure and persevere. This cruise control is in the same place and I feel like the vehicle's slowing way down. It's so weird. And I'm feeling so great. It really is a shame. How slow it feels like all of a sudden. I don't get it. I don't really see any wind, but it's like I'm slowing way down. And the MPG is dropped. I mean, if this says that the wind is at the south, no, it's saying that the wind is blowing east, but it has some gusts 28. So I guess perhaps there's some of that. I don't know, guys. Please remember to halal for your siblings. I know that there are much brothers and sisters feeling this way, feel isolated, feel alone, feel insignificant, feel like no one cares. I care, and I feel it too, and I'm actually sorry that you're having to go through that. I guess this is part of what it is, the wearing out of the Qadashayam, because it isn't just like an emotional thing, it's a spiritual thing, and then it's financial and everything. Increased evil, hearts growing cold, people becoming lovers of themselves. Even having Shabbat with like one other person instead of being completely alone. I know that also was a thing, because you don't get recharged really, you know? You feel it. Here's Papa. PNW, Paw. Yeah, I feel like depressed.
our country again. Thank you very much, everyone. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. All right, let's go now to Rosalind Jordan. She's live from the State Department for us in Washington, D.C. Ross, talk us through what was announced when it comes to this agreement and also what we just heard from President Trump in that press conference.
Well, we didn't hear much new from the U.S. President Donald Trump. We basically heard a rehash of his belief that he should be praised for carrying out his version of foreign policy. He took a lot of questions from reporters, mainly about domestic issues, about the domestic budget bill. He did take one question about the situation in Gaza, but he didn't give a very comprehensive answer on that. As for the conflict between the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Rwanda, he talked about how so many hundreds of thousands of people had been killed or displaced because of the conflict, which had been going on for more than 30 years, really, yes, almost as soon as the genocide in Rwanda was over in 1994. Trump also praised both sides for doing the hard work, but he also gave the floor to members of his national security cabinet, the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, the Vice President, J.D. Vance, Mr. Boulos, who is the Special Envoy for Africa. He allowed them to take the floor and essentially take a victory lap. What we did hear very briefly from the Foreign Minister, Wagner, from the DRC, was the fact that as long as the U.S. and other countries are staying engaged, that will bring about the best avenue for continued peace. This agreement simply being the first in what she said would be a long process of reconciliation and reintegration in the Great Lakes region.
All right, that's Rosalind Jordan, live first from the State Department in Washington, D.C. Thanks so much, Roz. Alan Waikani reports from the eastern city of Goma, where locals are wanting more information on what the deal means for the M23 rebels.
They were expecting, for example, to see a very clear part mentioning about the M23 and also what would be next on the withdrawal of the rebels, if that is in the concern of the people. But this is not yet the step, and this is the main question. People wondering what will be next from now on, because rebels here are also still saying, their leaders of the coalition are saying clearly that they are not concerned directly with this agreement in the US, even though they are saluting this, knowing that it's paving the way. But the challenge is still real here, because this rebellion is no longer a simple movement. It's now a big coalition. They are controlling this town, almost 2 different provinces. They have been recruiting soldiers on the ground. They have more than 20,000 soldiers very active right now. And also in the part of the DRC as well, when they're talking about the armed groups, people knows very well that the government is having issue to control one of more than 100 armed groups, those who have been fighting alongside their forces on the ground. They could not stop, for example, the advance of the M23. And then people knows very well that M23 is repeating, saying that they are sticking on the Doha process, which is not yet giving results up to now. But the disappointment from the population here is very clear, knowing that nothing was said on whether rebels will leave or not, and also the rebellion, they are consolidating, they are now consolidating their presence here by administrating the area, by appointing officials.
President Donald Trump says the U.S. is immediately terminating all discussions on trade with Canada. It's in response to Ottawa's decision to impose a digital services tax on American tech firms. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney has responded to Trump's decision, saying negotiations will continue in the best interest of Canadians. Canada is one of the top trading partners of the U.S. Our White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett has more details.
U.S. President Donald Trump announcing that he would abruptly suspend discussions on trade with Canada after the Canadians on Friday put in place a tax on American tech companies doing business in Canada. The U.S. president writing on social media, based on this egregious tax, we are hereby terminating all discussions on trade with Canada effective immediately. We'll let Canada know the tariff that they'll be paying to do business with the United States of America within a 7-day period. This is a bit of a surprise to many on both sides of the border, given the fact the 2 leaders met in Alberta, Canada.
That's why they were trying to ask him about that so much. Dang, dude. Heavy-handed.
This month at the G7 and stressed the need for close cooperation. But the decision to not only cooperate, but also to reach a security and trade deal within 30 days of the G7 ending was upended by the Canadian Prime Minister, resulting in a decision by the U.S. President to retaliate. Kimberly Helkett, Al Jazeera, the White House.
That's it for me, Mohammed Jamjoom. I'll be back in a moment with more of the day's news. You can find more information on our website, aljazeera.com. Thanks for watching.
88 again. What? Yeah, you know, I guess it's just a thing, right? Some days are diamonds and some days are rocks. Sometimes it starts out well and turns to crap, and sometimes it starts out crap and turns well. One robs you of any energy you thought you had, and the other one gives you energy that you didn't know that you could have. And this is part of what it is to be swayed, like, right? So I used to say that Gil, unshakable Gil, is in Yahuah, and being Happy is dependent upon what happens, right? Well, isn't this also how our contentment can overcome our emotions, right? Sometimes we have to remind ourselves and talk ourselves into such things. But when the issue is between someone very close to you, it's not so easy. And we're not upset and fighting, but we did fight, and I hate it. I regret it so much. I don't even understand how it happens sometimes. It's when there's like anxiety and poor communication, and then there's pressure of time and different elements, and the speech starts escalating, and I can't handle that. And I don't know how else to say it other than 12 ways to Sunday. Like, don't keep matching me. It's not well.
Coming up in the next 60 minutes.
We think within the next week we're going to get a ceasefire.
U.S. President Donald Trump says a ceasefire in Gaza could be agreed upon within days. On the ground, Israeli soldiers admit getting orders to shoot unarmed Palestinians waiting to get food at distribution sites.
That's what I was talking about. The food is a weapon. The people are starving. They go to get the food. They're forced to go to certain restricted zones to get it, and then they're getting shot. It's an interesting little trailer that we're coming up on here. It's got a little Florida tag on it too. It's called a Runaway. And then they got a Ron John Surf Shop sticker on it. Cocoa Beach, Florida. Look at the tires. I don't know if you're gonna see the tires though, because yeah, you are. Look at those tires. It's like an off-road little trailer. Pretty wild. Oh, I love that water. See how pretty that is? That helps me. I need more of that. Need more of that, Abba. There's some more. Oh no, that's crops. Thought it was like a little river.
Also ahead, Trump ends all trade talks with Canada after it imposes a digital tax on American tech firms. And
today, the violence and destruction comes to an end, and the entire region begins a new chapter of hope and opportunity, harmony, prosperity, and peace.
the U.S. mediates a historic deal between Rwanda and the DRC to end decades of fighting.
Sorry about that, guys. We're gonna talk about Gaza. It always has that intro. It's so loud. Hey, look, I-88, 3 miles.
Trump says he believes that a ceasefire could be reached in Gaza within a week. It comes just days after Trump signaled that great progress had been made in negotiations.
I think it's close. I just spoke with some of the people involved. And it's a terrible situation that's going Gaza. He's asking about, and we think within the next week we're going to get a ceasefire. And we're supplying, as you know, a lot of money and a lot of food to that area because we have to. I mean, you have to. We're in theory not involved in it, but we're involved because people are dying. And I look at those crowds of people that have no food, no anything, and you know we're the ones that are getting it there.
All right, let's cross live.
We're supplying all the ammo that they were using to obliterate these cities that have no real defense. They have, I mean, like, what are you talking about, bro? Don't you know he's local? Crazy. It really is. Another way to Chicago. I mean, how many roads to Chicago are there? It's crazy, bro.
Now to Noor Odeh in Jordan's capital, Amman. She's there because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and the occupied West Bank. Noor, so we heard U.S. President Donald Trump say that he believes that a ceasefire in Gaza could be reached in another week or so. Where are we now in terms of ceasefire negotiations?
Well, the truth is, Muhammad, there are no ceasefire negotiations, at least that we know of. We know that a Hamas delegation was in Cairo. Israel hasn't sent a delegation of negotiators to Cairo for indirect talks. But ever since the ceasefire with Iran has been announced, there's been a lot of chatter, a lot of discussion about a window of opportunity possibly opening, about some optimism that at least a ceasefire of 60 days could be in the horizon. Certainly the families of Israeli captives on the Israeli side, the opposition has been pushing for that. And it seems that there's openness, at least from the statements that we've been monitoring, for Israel to engage in such talks, not about ending the war perhaps, but certainly about 60 days of ceasefire that would allow also the release of captives. Incidentally, of course, Netanyahu's chief negotiator, Ron Dermer, will be in Washington, according to Israeli reports, on Monday to discuss Gaza and other things on the agenda between Israel and Washington.
And Noor, let me also ask you, if a ceasefire were to be agreed to, or if negotiations get back on track, do we know at this stage what it is?
Really? Already? Come on, bro. Hey.
condition is untenable. It is catastrophic by all measures. So that's one condition. The other is that Hamas is looking for U.S. guarantees that Israel wouldn't do this time what it did last time in March, which is to break the ceasefire when it sees fit, and that the U.S. would commit to continued negotiations on ending the war, even if those negotiations go past the 60-day mark.
All right, that's Noor Ardeh live for us in Jordan's capital, Amman. Thanks so much, Noor. Some soldiers within the Israeli military have admitted deliberately shooting and killing unarmed Palestinians waiting for food near distribution centers in Gaza. They told the Haaretz newspaper that Israeli commanders ordered them to open fire on people, despite them posing no danger to anyone. In a statement, medical charity Doctors Without Borders, or MSF, branded the Israel-U.S.-backed distribution centers as slaughter masquerading as humanitarian aid, and said in 1 month more than 500 Palestinians have been killed for seeking food. MSF are demanding Israel revert to a principled humanitarian system coordinated by the UN. Osama bin Javed reports.
This world, bro.
A city decimated, and displaced people starved and under constant attack. More aid seekers were killed and wounded on Friday at an aid distribution point run by the controversial Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, or GHF. The injured were taken to a medical facility without the capacity, equipment, or staff to deal with more casualties. Suhaib lost 2 more family members.
The Israelis tell us to go and get aid from this place, and then they kill us. Why do they do this? Why? Palestinians must pay with their blood for a bag of flour. We must suffer greatly and see death ahead of us before we can get a bag of flour for our mothers, wives and children. Whoever doesn't die today will die tomorrow in order to find bread for their children. This is not fair. Stop what's happening. This suffering and this torment must stop.
Israeli forces also targeted more people on Friday, killing more than a dozen people in Gaza City's Al-Tufah, a 4-member family wiped out in Al-Zaytun, and tents bombed in Mawasi. Israeli soldiers have reportedly admitted they've been ordered to deliberately shoot people near food distribution centers in Gaza. The Haaretz newspaper reports some soldiers told it they'd been instructed to shoot them at aid sites run by Israeli forces and US-backed GHF.
We don't need the reports of that nature to acknowledge that there have been massive violations of international law. And indeed, when there is a violation of international law, there must be accountability.
The head of UNRWA described the GHF as an abomination and a death trap, while UN said the militarization of humanitarian assistance in Gaza amounts to a war crime. Doctors Without Borders called for the aid scheme to be halted, describing it as slaughter, masquerading as humanitarian aid. Despite those Israeli media reports, Israel's largest benefactor, the United States, announced an additional $30 million worth of military assistance for the organization.
Individual members of GHF will have to think about the extent to which they could be complicit in those crimes. I don't know whether any individual members of GHF are firing, I assume not, but of course complicity is also a crime.
Palestinians in Gaza say the reality is they're facing what feels like Hunger Games, being attacked, starved, and shot at just for trying to feed themselves and their hungry children. Osama bin Javed, Al Jazeera.
Nir Hassan is one of the journalists behind that report. He says the Israeli military justifies the policy to shoot at unarmed Palestinians as crowd control.
It's actually
right, because the claim is that there are BAD actors in this famine-ridden crowd of people that's trying to steal the aid so they can sell it on the black market or something to displaced peoples who have no home and they have no money and they have nearly no possessions whatsoever, and they just endured through this bitter winter. It's utterly insane, and the nonsense continues. The false witness and the projection, the manipulation, all of it. where it's not ever talked about.
Of, as I say, controlling the crowd by fire. Like if you want the crowd to run off a place, you shoot them at them, even though you know they're unarmed, and you use fire to move people from one point to another. But the question about what Israelis know or do not know about what's going on in Gaza, I think it's a very good question, because the mainstream media in Israel mostly do not deal with what's going on with the Gazan people. They speak about what's going on in Gaza from the IDF side. Most of the Israelis, the great majorities of the Israelis and the great majorities of the IDF soldiers as well, still believe that the war in Gaza is just, and the IDF do what it does in Gaza because it's necessary for the security of Israel. However, I think in the last few weeks or months or so, there is some cracks in this in this understanding, in this in the Israeli discourse, if you like, and there are more and more people who are asking themselves, not only is this war is necessary, but also what is the humanitarian price that the Gazan population is paying for this war.
Marwan Bishara is Al Jazeera's senior political analyst. He joins us now live from London. Marwan, first things first, I want to get your take on President Trump's latest comment that there could be a ceasefire in Gaza within a week.
Look, he's been echoing some of his advisors about this. There seems to be some movement on the ceasefire. We predicted it right that day when the 12-day war on Iran ended, that now they're going to feel powerful and confident and macho, and then, you know, they might do something on Gaza because they feel they can afford it. Which goes to the heart of the question is, why didn't they do it earlier?
Exactly.
I think it's mostly because Israel has been acting criminally in Gaza. Using Gaza as a political ploy, meaning they could have ended the war days before, weeks before. They could have ended the war the past 20 months, and they didn't. So in fact, the idea that they're doing it now after they bombed Iran goes to tell you that there was no ceasefire just because they wanted to continue with the war, not that there were some important reasons why not to.
Yes.
And hence we're going to see them probably eventually doing something like a 60-day ceasefire, after which they're probably going to go and bomb Gaza more.
Marwan, let's shift gears for a moment and go back to this report that was in Haaretz. What this report says backs up the reporting that Al Jazeera journalists in Gaza have been telling us since the GHF, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, started operations. But it's still quite chilling to see all of this laid out in black and white, no?
It's incredibly chilling. You know, we've been through it, all of us. And as you said, our colleagues in Gaza. We've seen the war in children now, more than 17,000 children. We've seen the wars in hospitals, we've seen the wars in doctors, on journalists. We've seen it all. But there is something especially evil about what's happening the last number of days, last month. The idea of bombing, starving refugees, displaced, mourning families, these young people who are, as the young man just said, trying to get my food to my mother, shooting these people the way they've done it. And now it's clear that they've actually taken orders to do that. The fact that the Israeli army, the Israeli politicians are implicated. People like to talk about international law and war crimes. Of course, Israel abandoned that long time ago. We're not talking about a war now to talk about a violation of the laws of war. We're talking about a massacre. We're talking about evil. Decency dies in Gaza every day. Humanity dies in Gaza every day while the world watches.
Silently.
If these reports are to be believed that there could potentially be a ceasefire in the coming weeks in Gaza, if negotiations are back on track, do you think that some of this is potentially because Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu may be coming under pressure because he feels he owes Donald Trump since the U.S. decided to strike those Iranian nuclear facilities?
Well, there's could be a good number of reasons. If you read carefully between the lines, you'd sense that this criminal, and I must say that, by the way, I'm not being facetious now. I mean, he is indicted by the International Criminal Court. We see what he's done in Gaza and Iran.
And he's a wanted man by their own world court, whatever, you know.
This American-supported criminal has an agenda. In fact, he has a program. In fact, he has an ambition to be re-elected prime minister. And it seems it's going to go on a number of stages. One, they're going to create some kind of a condition between the United States and Israel to impose a ceasefire. It's going to be temporary. They're going to try to get some more captives out. Second, they're going to try to work out some kind of an agreement with the number of Arab countries. Netanyahu likes to continuously speak about Saudi Arabia, maybe promising them something that I'm sure he will not, of course, implement about a state and not a state and all of that under certain conditions and what have you, and then run for elections. So he's going to be the peacemaker with Saudi Arabia and a ceasefire, bringing back the hostages, and at the same time he's the war hero that bombed Iran and Lebanon and Syria and so on and so forth. So all of that, all the crime, all the indecency, all the evil, because this man actually just wants to be re-elected prime minister again. I mean, imagine the mindset.
Marwan, I'm glad you brought Saudi Arabia into this conversation, because that's what I wanted to ask you about next. Netanyahu has said that the outcome of Israel's war with Iran presented opportunities for peace that his country mustn't waste. Given that the Saudis have made clear that normalization is contingent on a Palestinian state, does it suggest that Netanyahu could support at some point a two-state solution in exchange for the expansion of the Abraham Accords?
Let me give you the short answer first. It's a no. It's a no. He will not. But let me give you the slightly longer answer. There's already a legislation in Parliament rejecting the principle of a two-state solution. His party was, in fact, leading this new proposal to legislate that. And it was a slap on the face to the Biden administration in its effort to make possible normalization the basis of some sort of a formula for two-state solution. This has been really lowered in terms of expectations so much that now they're talking about a promise of a path or a potential conditional Palestinian state. It could be anything. It could be half a state or half of the West Bank, and it could be an autonomy, and they will call it a state, but it won't be a state, and so on and so on. So there's going to be nothing about a sovereign, contiguous, independent Palestinian state where Israel ends its occupation. That is not on the table. That runs contrary to everything this coalition of fascists and fanatics believe in. They think if they remain steadfast with the support of Trump, the likes of Saudi Arabia will end up coming anywhere and normalizing the relationship because it's in their interest. And they will turn their back on the Palestinians. That's what the Israelis are betting on. Whether the soldiers will do it or not under the pretext of this and that thing, it remains to be seen. But that is what the Israelis and the Americans are betting on.
All right, Marwan Bashara, Al Jazeera senior political analyst. Always great to get your perspective. Thanks so much, Marwan. U.S. President Donald Trump has said he would consider bombing Iran again if intelligence reports conclude that Tehran can enrich uranium to a concerning level. But he says he's not worried because both Iran and Israel have been exhausted by the war.
They're exhausted. And Israel's exhausted too. And I dealt with both of them. And they both wanted it settled, both of them. And we did a great job, but they're exhausted. The last thing they're thinking about right now is nuclear. You know what they're thinking of? They're thinking about tomorrow, trying to live. It's such a mess. It's such a mess. The place was bombed to hell. And no, I'm not worried about it at all.
Israel says it has hit Hezbollah defense systems in the latest attacks on southern Lebanon. It carried out airstrikes in the hills near the city of Nabatiyah, targeting Mount Shkef. A building in the city was also hit. Israel has increased attacks in the south in recent days, saying it's targeting Hezbollah sites despite signing a ceasefire in November. President Donald Trump says the U.S. is immediately terminating all discussions on trade with Canada in response to Ottawa's decision to impose a digital services tax on American tech firms. Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney has responded to Trump's decision, saying negotiations will continue in the best interest of Canadians. Canada is one of the top trading partners of the U.S. The two countries have been in negotiations over a trade deal for months. Our White House correspondent Kimberly Halkett has more details.
U.S. President Donald Trump announcing that he would abruptly suspend discussions on trade with Canada after the Canadians on Friday put in place a tax on American tech companies doing business in Canada. The U.S. president writing on social media, based on this egregious tax, we are hereby terminating all discussions on trade with Canada effective immediately. We'll let Canada know the tariff that they'll be paying to do business with the United States of America within a 7-day period. This is a bit of a surprise to many on both sides of the border, given the fact the two leaders met in Alberta, Canada earlier this month at the G7 and stressed the need for close cooperation. But the decision to not only cooperate, but also to reach a security and trade deal within 30 days of the G7 ending was upended by the Canadian Prime Minister, resulting in a decision by the U.S. President to retaliate. Kimberly Halkett, Al Jazeera, the White House.
Understand this part. I mean, if this is 39, why does it not just connect to 90? You have to take this little, I guess, State Route 20 or whatever. So bizarre. I wonder if this is happening because there's some kind of a closure on that portion of 90. Like maybe it's a detour for construction. Is that what that sign was for? Oh, bro. Oh, that's funny. It's actually telling me that I have 666 miles. To get to my... I had to put some kind of destination in here. I think it's called Jamestown, North Dakota. As soon as I got on 39 North, I put that in there because I knew it was going to take me up to 94. It's just one of the places earlier today when I was at the shop using the laptop trying to plot the route. Spent all that time, man. Anyway. So let's see. 20 east, the 2 right lanes. Okay, so the leftmost lane is exiting and everybody else is staying on the same road. So it is interesting to see, like, well, why are we so... What are we stopping for then? Amazing, bro. So they congested it down to 1 lane is, I think, the biggest reason why there's a problem here. I'm not sure if the purpose is, unless it literally is to strangle the freaking... You know, the highways are kind of like the circulatory system of the body. And all this stuff they're doing to these roads is like having really high plaque in your arteries. So you got blood pressure out of control. Increased fuel consumption. Poor results like delays and shipments and stuff like that. All right. 10 plus reports just now. Is it still there? Wow. Gee, I don't know. What do you think? It's fucking pathetic, bro. Exit 122A. all right now. It makes no sense. I have to go so far west. Oh my gosh, dude. Not even a quarter of a mile. This one for 1.2 miles. Oh my gosh. So I had turned the toll thing off for my last trip, but I guess that adjustment remained. But what I don't understand is, like, if I had plotted a route on the laptop and copied a link and put it in an email and then opened the email on my phone and clicked on it, would it then just apply those? Wouldn't those choices be tagged to my account and not just my device? Honestly, I feel like a lot of this stuff probably wouldn't even be able to beat me up as much if went so unwell over the phone today. I feel like that really somehow is like a force multiplier to where now all these other things that happen just hurt so much more. Everything hurts. I hurt. Much. 4.6 miles. Wow, this is like the longest I've been able to stay on a road for a while now. 4.6 miles. Woohoo! Still pretty. Baba, thank you. Help me. Help me so much, Baba, please. My heart is broken. This is actually probably some of the tallest corn stalks I've seen all season. Look at those. Flowers. More right there too. Same orange flowers. And those yellow ones right there. I guess this street light wasn't here the last time Google came through. Doubt it. Looks like it's been here for a really long time. Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe it's just more of that sabotage. See how we're doing on our 2.5. Ha! There's that Florida off-road trailer that we saw. He got in front of me. I don't know. It must have not went on the whole zigzaggy through the. What the heck, you know? houses, and then look at this old barn, bro. What's going that those were even standing. It's like that one that's close to me that isn't standing any longer. Ooh. Skunk. Watch out, skunk. I don't know, man. I'm not sure if he made it. He's just there, and I went straight over the top. If he tried to make a break for it. No, I didn't feel nothing, but that's just sad. I don't want nobody to get hurt. I'd rather do this than get in an argument over like some miscommunication and stuff like that. But I can't have it anymore. It breaks my heart. My heart is broken. It's really pretty right here. All this shade, we got all these trees, we got these quaint little brick homes. Look at all these folks. Look at people with all this money right here. They probably don't have a clue what is going on in this world, in this beast system, and they think I'm crazy. I'm gone tea. I'm just tired, man. I'm so freaking tired. Speaking these things with freaking deaf ears. Not only are they deaf to it, they hate you for it, mock you and scoff you. It's horrible, Abba. Horrible. Isn't that just a great thing too about Abinu Yahuah, like he knows? It's like, yeah, they mocked, they scoffed, they refused to listen, and then they whipped, and they scourged, and they spat. I want to go, but there's like this raptor or something. Oh, he's turning. Thank you for signaling early, mister. That helped me out a lot. I could have went sooner, but at least I got out of your way, and you got out of my way. Baruk Atah. Alright, 0.2 miles. Dude, this is crazy, bro. Like, just my street right here, this little street, for real. I'm literally following this guy. This Florida dude with the big off-road tires on his trailer. Not on purpose. How dare you? Oh, bro. It's all so quaint. Look at it all. I say something about the clouds a minute ago? If they'll do something or not? Yeah. Not anything real significance. Just a couple driplets on the window screen here. 1.4 miles now. What are the chances that we're literally going turn by turn, same place? That is such a trip. Four-way stop, indeed, four-way stop. Here we go. There's a little bit of a breeze picking up. Of course, that one is behind, so I don't think we're going to be getting much moisture from it, but it looks like it's wanting to drop. Deal with that. Kind of wild because a lot of this little area right here definitely reminds me of Lake Indiana too. Bees like this. Argyle Road. You know what would really suck? Like I might just have to pull over and ball, right? It's been a little while since I had a breakdown like that. But a really low bridge. Just cause, you know? That would thoroughly suck. Roads are not, they don't instill me much confidence. Okay, this one I stay on for 4.9 miles. Sorry guys, I don't really have as much to talk about, but I feel convicted to not just shut it off. You know, I wanted to try to make a point to just run as much. Like I said, folks can always just turn the sound down and play their own music. But I think it's well to sit back and look out the window and watch the cornfield go by. So I want that to be available to somebody if they just want to unplug from all the noise, man. From all the freaking sensationalization, right? And all the like fancy editing and whatever. Trailer brake is starting to really engage a lot more, but it really is taking quite a while. I've been using it a lot. I mean, it's still on 10 too. 10. That's a lot. So normally like around 5 or so. Okay, now we're up to 55. I don't know, I kind of excuse me. cars parked right here. I don't know what the hell. It's like a church or something. And they're having like a farm thing or something. Keep going straight. We're still behind that trailer. You're getting really close to 39. It's like, why did we get off of 39? And it says 39 and 90 is the same. And it shows it like turn that way and get on it. So I do not know what this is all about. I guess it has something to do with tolls. And I still never got an answer, and I'm still pretty pissed off about it. How the heck are you charging tolls to get on and off of interstates? How are you having state tolls for federal roadways? What in the literal heck is that all about? What in the literal heck is it all about? You know what? I'm like, you ever feel like you're sick and tired of the people who just give an answer to justify an injustice as if it's normal? I hate that. We've already paid into the federal budget for that interstate. And the states themselves probably get grants and things from the federal government to maintain those roadways in their own sectors. And then they're like, oh, we'll just put in toll booths and charge them to get on and off? What? Lots of moisture right in these clouds right here. Like a Baruk Atah come on some of these roads sometimes, you know what I'm saying? It's not well for your time. But could be well for other things. Could be why Abba brought me here. I wouldn't mind being in another little bit of rain. I must think I'm stalking him. He probably got the same thing going on in his GPS. He's probably just as confused as me. I mean, I never thought I'd be turning right here. What is this? Oh boy. Why do I got the feeling that I'm gonna get stuck having to make a U-turn? It says no trucks right there. Bro, I just can't. How long does this go on for? Look, and the road is like right next to me. Dang it, man. Here I was, I just got done saying maybe the Father wanted to take me off of this way for a reason, and then now I'm doubting again. Dang it. I'm so weak. Oh, that's pretty. That's a little hidden driveway, it said. What it was. Dude, look at this. This is like, where am I going, bro? Father, please. This don't look like the kind of road that I could turn around on if I had to. Okay, where are we going, man? What's going on? It's telling me to turn right. Also, this guy's definitely thinking that I'm following him, and I'm not. Google is giving us the same. Google's smoking the same crack, I guess. It's funny because earlier I was thinking like, oh, remember back in the day, and you'd have like a map book, and you'd get out a highlighter, and you'd be like, okay, we're going here. And a little co-pilot would be like, okay, we should be passing Knickerbockerville. You know? Oh, well, how far till the next exit? I don't know. Like, measure with your pencil. This and this. Put it on the scale. Looks like about 60 miles. Remember that? Make mistakes and it can be a lot less accurate, but I don't think you would have been coming up with this cockamamie madness. You know what I mean? I guess if anything, this will remind you of a simpler time and think, oh no, this ain't, we're not turning here. Trick me, bro. Time when things weren't so smart. Oh, please get me back on the roadway soon. This is getting me mega stressed. Cross traffic does not stop, so be extra cautious. And that ain't a turn signal, those are hazards. That lady's just driving down the road with her hazards on. She's from Hazard County. Another turn. What? This is like a neighborhood, dude. Star Rim fan right there. Neighborhood watch enforced. 2.2 miles. 40 miles an hour. Man, today is just one of those days where it's like, I want to do over. It's actually a Baruk overall. It's been a couple things, and they're all centered around this damn navigation thing. And every time I get near Chicago, I have issues. So I don't know. that my my drop off. What's it called again? Hillsboro, I think, is also a county in Florida, but I could be wrong. But it's right near Portland. You got to drive around the outskirts of Portland. Can't like it. The longer I keep doing this, the more I feel like I'm going to run into some kind of low bridge or something. Right there, it's driving over the interstate that I actually just want to be on. This is kind of weird if this is all happening to me just because of tolls. I mean, it's one thing when I'm bobtailing, but having one of them days, right? How you gonna deal with it? Abinu. Yahuah. Give me your patience. Shamcha. Shalum. Yahusha, Yahweh. So it looks like this is going to be my... So why wouldn't I just get on? Oh, I am. Huh. I'm going to get on the interstate, family. Freak, bro. It's just so bizarre. So bizarre. Dang it. You know, it's like I get the dispatch, I look at it, I get the truck fixed or serviced, and then I just get to the yard and get hitched up and try to get going, and then stuff happens like that I just don't want to deal with. There's tolls if I go that way, but if I go this way, there's no tolls. A 145 miles. For real? Oh! Whoa! Hallelujah! Watch out, Ram. I'm just kidding, bro. Got plenty of time. Don't get excited. Okay. Let him know to come over, see if he's gonna want him. Nope, he ain't. So I'm gonna go jump out. I'm gonna try and drive this old boy. Let's go. Let's go. I feel a little bit rejuvenated right now. Rock Yahuah! Dang it. Needed that. Rest area 1 1/4. Nope, not interested. He's pushing up here. because it was construction. And I was like, oh, well, maybe it's a detour because of construction. But no, I think that all of that was over stupid tolls. How are you going to have tolls on the interstate, man? Dang it, bro. Doesn't even make any sense. Like, not even a little bit. Oh, I need some water. I'm out of coffee and I'm out of water. I mean, I have water, it's not right over here. Okay, so it's telling me that I just come into Wisconsin. Alright. This thing's telling me that I'm on 90. 39 and 90 is the same right here. I'm not sure why I fell and slowed down. Why'd you slow down, big fella? You're getting over there, what? Man, he's going over there. You gotta decide if you're gonna run with them or not, huh? It's going a little bit, it's pushing a little bit harder than I wanted, but he's trying to get around this guy. So I can kind of see that. We're at 9.5, so if he gets over now, I'd be surprised because there's a camper. And there's a Hyundai closing the door. Try and steal your gill. Yep, they're gonna try. Sometimes they might succeed for a moment, for a little season. Kind of up to you in a lot of ways too. But ask Abba. Ask him. Try and get some more fuel over. I've done about 40. I think about 40 minutes worth, which would be about half of the tank, right? Half. But the thing is, it seems like there's more than that that's missing out of there, so I don't know. I don't know what that's all about. I still have a mystery going on when it comes to these here longer. Much longer. idea where I'm going to stop, and I don't even want to care because I just don't even care. I just don't even care, bro. Like, freaking... Seriously. It's a thing that we wrestle with sometimes, and we're like, why am I even doing all this? And then you're like, because Yahuah. You know? I mean, yeah, I want it to be appreciated, but even if it's not, then I need to be able to be content in Yahuah that is you know, is Qadash. Even if it's not. Right? It's Qadash even if no person appreciates it. And the fact is that people do appreciate it. They just maybe don't have the strength to express it all the time. But it's also not supposed to be their burden to do that either. Right? And in that is a test of the strength and the fortitude. Do the thing that's the Qadash thing, even if. Right? Like, no matter what. girl because she thought I was too close. I'm not too close. This piece is over, I'm gonna just be running a bunch of big hauls I can get. I gotta get us some kind of cushion. I'm mega stressed about these stupid freaking bills. Bull crap, man. Just absolute bull crap. You know? And then it's like, oh, something's going on with the trailer. What you mean? Oh yeah, I don't know if it's that it's old or what, but yeah, like all the lights are dim. What? Like, you know what I mean? Okay, is the air conditioner still working? Yeah. Are the washing machine and dryer still working? Yeah. Oh, and one of the lights in the bathroom stopped working, but now it does. It's like, oh. I don't even know. There's a box cab of this truck called the Lynx, L-I-N-X. And it looks like it's some kind of air conditioning. Aftermarket add-on cab cooler thing. I wonder if that thing works well. So, okay, 120 miles from now is when we'll go north up onto 94, what goes across North Dakota. And I don't feel like I've gone up there yet. So we got that coming. We got some really gorgeous stuff out there to look at. That is just immaculate, bro. Immaculate. I have like an hour and a half left of drive time, so it's still a bit too early to be looking at or thinking about like stopping at the spot. And I really would kind of like to do just a regular old rest area. I know they say truck stops and rest areas stay away from them, but it's like, dude, you got all kinds of like Walmarts and crap being like, no, these days, what the freak? There could be like a Cracker Barrel or something, which is they're usually like, yeah. I was asking my Yahusha to help, with that. But honestly, I think I'm gonna just cut way back on all that. I think it's just too much. And I understand. She wasn't feeling so well. She didn't get no sleep. I'll be alright. How long it's been since we had construction. I am not trying to get us, I'm not saying give us some more beast. I'm just saying, wow, been a minute since we had construction. There's an RV transporter dude right there, Indiana transporter. trucks can take a lot of that's all right. Hey, you ever gone on like when you go traveling cross country with like friends or family or something? Sometimes everybody's all talking, and then other times everybody's just all quiet. It's part of it, you know. No, ain't nobody in the car with me but the Ruach of Yahuah. I'm just saying. Probably sometimes where it's actually really cool just to watch everything go by. And sometimes it's city and construction and, you know, busy. Sometimes it's big open spaces. And then I think it's really cool then because it's all kind of cool, but big open spaces, you'll see the stuff that's close to the truck goes by really fast, and then the stuff that's far off in the distance goes by so slow. Alright, big fellas, is this where we want to be, man? Because there's all these people going to be trying to merge over here. Right there. Look at him. Just cut me right on off. Turn these back on. This is right lane ends. So I'm gonna do this again. I gotta try to see if I can Jamestown, North Dakota. And that a pilot flying J. Then I do a search. Oh boy. fro at the same time. Just as well, because there's a feast coming up and I want to be home for it. I want to be home for the Shabbat too. The way I'm feeling today, maybe I'm just gonna go home for both. Off here. I don't know what. I don't really know what's on here, but I'm not jumping off here. Oh, he's going to 39 or something. Alternate. I don't know what he's doing, but I'm getting stuck right here. Crepuscular rays right now coming down. They're magnificent. come down to the last hour of your drive time and you have no idea really where you're going to go for the night, and nor do you really have the ability to like look, research it, you know what I mean? It's a wild feeling. The next 4 exits something. I don't even know how to say it. Something like Wiz of the Dell? Wizdell or something like that. I don't know, Wisconsin Dell? I don't know what it means. I haven't been seeing any billboards for anything that looks like it would, you know, get me where I need to go. Like Cabela's or Cracker Barrel or Walmart, I don't even know. I've been messaging my shop a few times, but she's not answering, so. Oh, this says Cracker Barrel and exit 92. Well, how far is exit 92? I guess I'll just go there. That I'm right back here again. That's too crazy. I'm tripping out right now. I don't remember exactly how to get there either. I have to go around this thing here. Stayed here before, bro. For real. Ain't that something? I mean, just something else. There's so somebody literally parked in the spot that I took last time. But I'm actually think I'm gonna try to get right behind them. Because, like, why not? You know what I'm saying? I don't know if I can though, because it's pretty tight turns. But Yahuah help me. Yahuah help me and I give it a shot. Give it my best. It forces me to come down here and get real close to the building. The part I don't like right here. Oh yeah, got that. I got that by about 3 feet probably. Hallelujah. Romamuya. Family. Back here where I once was before. This time I'm gonna fry up some ground beef and refill my water. I'll walk in there and use the bathroom and rinse out my cup probably. But I'm not eating there this time. I did last time. Baruk Atah Yahuah.